Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It is a beautiful Monday. I apologize for the weird stream schedule. I forgot to reschedule my gym workout, and it's normally at 2 on Mondays because I'm usually not off on Mondays. So rather than just do half a stream, leave for 2 hours, then come back and do another half stream, I figured we'd just do a late stream today. I think it's mostly going to be Hildebrand today. We'll see how long it takes us, but that's kind of what I'm feeling, just because we're at the end of, we're like maybe a third of the way through it. But yeah, the goal today is to get as many unlocks done as possible. But Hildebrand's an easy thing to follow in Quest, so we're going to do that. All right, this should take less than a minute. Good there. Actually bring this over. So let's talk about something. Everybody loves Twitter drama. I'm watching a big Twitter thing unfold because basically a guy has been scamming people for about 6 months just to make a bunch of money. And he got doxxed today, and basically all his dirty laundry got exposed. Now, a couple of things I feel about this. One, he deserved this. He was kind of a scumbag. I've been watching for a while. But he was smart. He was very smart. And so people followed him, believed that, like, regardless of the type of person he was, they were making him money. And so they really didn't give a shit what type of person he was, which, I get it, especially in a capitalist society like the US. Let me switch this over really quick. There we go. But yeah, especially in a capitalist society like the US, money above all else for a lot of people. It's just the way they run. And that's fine, but money can come crashing down at any moment. And so you better be sure you didn't burn a lot of bridges because you were convinced that you were going to strike it rich and you were going to be okay for the rest of your life. That's just my personal opinion. But I'm going to queue up for Battle of Big Bridge while we do this. I don't really agree with the getting doxxed part. I feel like if people, I don't care if people find out where I am or what my real name is. But I get that there are people that do not want to be harassed. They don't want to be swatted. They don't want to be other things. And it could come to that for me. Being bisexual, it's possible. It's unlikely. Usually, the people that get that are more of a minority than me as a white male. But I definitely don't want that. So I'd like to keep myself private if I my location doesn't get exposed. But the point being, like, even if they're kind of a douchebag, I don't feel like people should get doxxed just because, well, you shouldn't be able to get away with saying whatever you want or doing whatever you want online. You also shouldn't be able to be exposed to the point where there's death threats against your family, there's swatting incidents. Basically, people take it too far the other way. It can be really dangerous. And, you know, nobody deserves to die for being a douchebag online. Do they deserve to be ratioed? Do they deserve to be canceled? Sure. But people take it way too far all the time. And it can cause some serious things. So I don't agree with him getting doxxed, but I do agree with his dirty laundry getting aired out and all the scummy stuff he did. But we see that a lot. We see people that will use other people to make themselves rich, ruin people's trust, and they don't really care because as long as they're making money, you know, fuck everyone else. And sometimes they get away with it. I mean, look how many people, how many millionaires and billionaires out there right now have seriously just said, fuck everyone else. If I can make myself filthy rich, then I'm going to do it. I don't care what it takes. And they're not all like that, but they're not all like that, but you know, it's just don't fucking do it. Don't burn bridges. Like, don't treat people like shit. Don't use friends and family to make yourself rich, because eventually, more times than not, it's going to come back to bite you in the ass, and then you're just going to be alone. But you know, it's something I've struggled with recently. I'm doing really well at my side business, and I got this job right now. It's a wonderful job. Like, the thing that I keep talking to co-workers about right now is they're looking for other jobs because they're tired of, you know, while it's a good paying job, you have no chance of vertical progression. You're basically stuck at where you got hired right now. And so, you know, with my side job going so well, I think on a daily basis, it's like, could I quit my job and do something I'm really happy doing? Because while it's a good job, it's not what I want to do for the rest of my life. It's something that I enjoyed in the past, but I've kind of fallen out of love with the industry. Not due to anything else. I just, you know, it's just burnout. But you think about it and it's like, well, what would I have to do? Well, I would have to, like, basically quit a good paying job and take a huge risk. And, you know, I'm watching other people around me take huge risks, but, you know, they got fired because of COVID. They work a minimum wage job and struggle to pay rent on a daily basis. I'm not there. Like, I can, if nothing happened to me, I could survive and I'd be fine. It's just I'd be doing a job that I wouldn't enjoy doing, and while making good money, I'm not making a ton extra where I can save up and go on huge vacations and stuff like that. So it's like, if I can make about twice of what I was making right now, I would be really good. I also got a lot of student loan debt, so I got to pay that off as well. And so you think about it, and it's like, I'm not going to burn the bridge. I'm not going to take all these unnecessary risks to just because I think I can make myself a lot of money. It's just not worth it. And people shouldn't do that. Like, I get it. Everybody's situation is different, but good Lord, it keeps bumping up. But I would rather have friends and family and a job security than say fuck everyone else and maybe be doing really well financially and have no one to share the money with, no one to hang out with, and just kind of be miserable alone, you know. But these douchebags online, they couldn't care less. So it's really frustrating, but I'm happy that they're getting exposed. I'm just watching memes, sorry. But, you know, never, when you're doing stuff as risky as crypto, never invest any money that you can't afford to lose. Luckily, I pulled out my initial investment, so now I'm just playing with house money. But yeah, never invest in money you can't afford to lose. I will say Lost Porn is quite entertaining, though. You guys don't know what that is. It's people that have lost huge amounts of money and are posting it kind of most of the time for clout. I feel bad if they actually are fucked and they just lost their house. But most of the time, it's just rich people that are just like, this is pretty funny. Look at this. never do leverage as well. Because the moment you're like, yeah, I know where it's going, it's like, then it just tanks and you're like, oh God, help me. It's just great. How is this not popped yet? Oh, God. Pop, damn you. What's up, honey? Here's the problem. My dog probably needs to go use the restroom right now, and that's why she's whining at me. The moment I get up to let her outside to go potty, you know it's gonna pop. Hmm. Wee. Ooh. Damn. All right. Any minute now. What did I do? What? Go unlock 11 Mete. Here's the thing. I think I'm gonna do those unlocks when I'm leveling up my next class. Maybe there's something in Gridania. Can't believe it's taken so long. People should be coming home by now. The hell is that? Oh. What else we got? Fear and Odin in the Shroud. Oh. Gimme. Go ahead. Your timing never fails to amaze me. Unless I'm mistaken, you have knowledge of the Ever Primer Odin, don't you? So I thought, well, you know, we have long pursued the dark divinity, from the pages of arcane scripture to the shroud itself. Finally, we have a plan to put his prowling to an end. Brother Oapetzi has a command. He has personally requested your aid in this issue, and waits you at Earth's Font. I'm sure he'll give you the details once you present yourself. Godspeed, Korn. Well, if it isn't the Slayer of Ramuh, come to see me in the flesh. How fortunate it is that you would happen by. I was, in fact, on the verge of sending a runner to track you down. We've had some troubling news from the Sylphs in Little Solis. appears that the Lord Levin walks the Trollwood yet again. From what I understand of the Elder Seedseer's explanation, your last encounter with the Primal was a relatively peaceful affair. There was a battle, but for which Ramuh did not begrudge your victory. Why then has he returned to the forest? 'Tis you, Khorne, whom fate has chosen to uncover and answer that question. It seems that Phrixio, the Sylph Elder, would discuss the matter with you in personally. Speak first with Delexia and Little Solus, and she will announce your arrival to their leader. And I would also consider it a favor if you could pass along aught you learned to the Scions. As I understand it, Archon Urianger is a keen scholar in the field of all matters primal. Pray you make final report to him. Whee!
Teleport!
Iopap Pepsi. Adventurer, thank you for coming. You seek the Dark Divinity, and you must be made privy to the plan before the game is afoot. Fuck. As you know, Odin hunts in this forest. We would banish him from the Shroud. Yet, in actual fact, he has fallen before countless adventures already. By all rights, the Primal should plague us no more. Yet, though again and again he is vanquished, he rises always to charge through the Twelveswood. His constant reappearance is perplexing to say the least, and raises two questions. Who summons him, and how does he change his visage upon manifesting? Odin is alone amongst the primals in these aspects. Indeed, I can find not a single sentence in the scriptures that sheds light on his devilish abilities. There's no answers in the words writ of the pen. Now the sword must serve. Our plan is to send a band of adventurers against the Dark Divinity. Brother Iumi-san, my master, and I will observe the battle from afar. We believe in seeing the moment of Odin's defeat may give us a clue, one that will lead to uncovering the truth of the primal that has escaped us thus far. Naturally, this hinges on the company's victory. No one but a warrior of light could hope to survive the battle. Hence, I have asked you here. Indeed. Without you, our venture is doomed to failure. So I implore you, lend us your strength. If you acquiesce, I shall invoke the power of the elementals and draw the Dark Divinity to the spring. Uh-huh. What item level am I? Up. We did it. Wait, what happened? Oh, cool. I love this. Howdy, howdy. Ah, leave me alone, you chicken. You little bastard. You know, I've never actually been transformed into the frog before. You little shit. That's what I want to do. I want to hear the voices. Why you confuse me? That's not very nice. Take that! Get him! Tog's not gonna get you. This is such a silly one. You little shit. Oh shit, I can't carry any more tombstones of Poex, huh? Bye, Greg. All right, there. I don't know what the fuck that was. Everybody left, too. How dare you all leave? Alone and yet still armed. In any case, he seems satisfied with the halberd. We will proceed with the delivery. Okay. Which one are we on? Oh wait, do I still have, I do still have them. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. Da 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 da. Ah, 'tis more magnificent than I imagined. 'Twill make a fine addition to my collection. Still want to hear his voice. And with that, our business here is concluded. Cheers. I genuinely mean that in your case, by the way.
All's well that ends well, right, Inspector? Though it's a shame that Greg turned out to be the thief.
There you are, Inspector Badrin. Uh-oh. Why are you all staring at me so? Oh, never mind that. Where's my treaty blade? But didn't we just give you the treaty blade?
But didn't we just give you the treaty blade?
Uh-oh. A mask. Disguise yourself as the client and let the treaty blade come to you. Take advantage of an existing situation to distract us from the real crime. Brilliant.
The man in red never spoke of the treaty blade, only the halberd. Moreover, he always issued his challenges in person.
Dear gods, isn't it obvious? What is it like in your funny little brains? It must be so boring.
The man in red did not send the challenge, then who did?
Uh-oh. Got him. Why is Godbert suddenly doing the Manderville? The fuck, Godbert? I believe this is addressed to me, condescending Inspector Brillin. Piss off. 400 years I've slept. 400 years I've slept. 1,000 faces do I wear. What is yours will be mine. I shall come to claim the Lapis Maiden's virtue. The fuck does that mean? A many-faced phantom thief. Interesting.
The design and wording of this are the same as before. The thieves who stole the treaty blade sent this.
No shit. Godbert, stop it. Very well. I, and I alone, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, once more accept your challenge. You want a challenge, huh? Stand and face me, you buffoon. No. Godbert's faster.
How dare you all laugh at a time like this, after allowing my precious treaty blade to be stolen? And you, Maria?
Uh-oh.
Well, I suppose it is a little funny, isn't it? The two of them dashing to and fro. A pair of gentlemen mummers. You know, it's been far too long since we've seen a show. We should head into the city later, just you and me.
Not bad, Hildy. Not bad. You are indeed a Manorville man.
Mark my face.
Oh, phantom of many faces, for it is the face of the... I don't know what Elixir does. What does Elixir do? Mama may be home soon. We don't need to see it, because we're going to see all those things here in a second.
Ah, there you are. I've been doing some investigating of my own since we last parted. I believe I found our Lapis maiden. The girl's name is Abrella, daughter of one Master Gunermo, a prominent member of the East Aldenar Trading Company. Her eyes and hair are most exceptional shaded of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Her purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently, her father is the overprotective sort. Some say that the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. But all is about to change. Rumor has it that the girl is to be wed, not just to anyone, mind you, but to the heir to the Bruggen Consortium. Sure. The formal announcement is set to be made at a commemorative feast to be jointly hosted by the two family businesses. Venue is at Costa del Sol, where the preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be making a rare public appearance. It is here that the thief intends to strike. I couldn't be more certain of it. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me that the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol, overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I'm not going to miss, and you're welcome to come along.
Cool. Be right back. I'm gonna let my dog out.
And we're back.
Hmm.
You're not one of my associates. This banquet is for invited guests only. You have no business here. Be on your way at once. Beg pardon, good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. If I might have just a moment of... Ah, yes. To that two-gill sensationalist rag. I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled phantom thief and his letter of challenge. If you have come to tell me that my daughter is in danger, I can assure you that your concern is entirely unwarranted. I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from me by some fly-by-night rogue. I have spared no expense in securing the best protection that money can buy.
Yeah, they all look the douchebags.
The Brass Blades of the Gheriba, an elite unit of the most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. They say one of them once caused a man's heart to burst just by looking at him askance. The moment they set eyes on the would-be thief will be his last. If the thief... Sorry.
If the thief is obliging enough to allow him to be seen, or do those goggles serve as some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous?
Consulting Inspector Britton. Your reputation precedes you. And what, pray tell, do you propose? I have promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities. To rain on my word would have dire implications for the family trade.
My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and it will cost you not a whit of your precious skill.
Very well. Let us see if your reputation is deserved. But consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. Such touching concern for his coin purse. If only he could muster the same for his daughter. But do tell, Inspector, after he slipped under our noses the last time, what makes you so confident that you can catch our thief this time around?
A man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi, and it's painfully obvious. A letter of challenge. A precious treasure whisked away from its rightful owner in the broad light of day. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden using the same methods he used to abscond with the treaty blade. Okay. Even now, the fiend is in our midst, having assumed the identity of someone who has been in close proximity to Miss Abella at the feast. I have narrowed the field. You want me to do? Just like run around? Arabella's betrothed, Vanis, would be an obvious target for our thief. So too would his father Morgant. Yalta Noto and his wife, Sanyanda, the guests of honor, will give toasts to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage where the bride-to-be is set to appear. Needless to say, excuse me, we cannot rule out Gugarimo himself. Finally, we have Lumenhart, steward of the Gugarimo's estate and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. All the key players, save for the Lapis Maiden herself, have assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the Phantom Thief lurks among them, his face concealed, gathering information and planning his course of attack. We will begin our questioning of the subjects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you are to report back to me at once. The hell? Hildebrand Mandeville. I could smell the stench of idiocy and incompetence from a mile away. The pleasure is all mine. Contriving, Inspector Breediggan. Forgive me for not revealing myself sooner. I was simply conducting a bit of preliminary undercover investigative work. Yet to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease. Yes, I dare say your powers of observation rival even mine own. Fear not, friends. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the maiden's honor only as a Mandeville man can. He does realize there's still a fish on his head, doesn't he? Good, Inspector. I realize we have not seen eye to a monocle in the past, but a fair maiden's virtue, mayhap her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another, let us put aside our differences. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. Me? Assist you? I got you a funny man. Oh, it makes no matter. My plan is so flawless, and not even your bungling can interfere this time. If you wish to assist me, you may do so keeping watch over the suspects. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know that this may be asking much, do try not to do anything stupid in my absence, will you? I would speak with you, but not here. I will be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, but before we do not have the luxury of time. Okay. It sounds like my wife is home. You've come. Excellent. With that buffoon suitably distracted, we can get you to more important matters. But before we proceed, what am I going to call you? An unremarkable name, but it will suffice. Now, answer me this, Corn. You were there when the Phantom Thief, in the guise of Lady Drusilla, stole off with the treaty blade? Is there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy? Sure. The obvious answer, and yet all's too many. A certain self-styled gentleman comes to mind. Could not recognize a clue if it hit him in the face. Your observations is astute, though a thorough inspection of the masks left behind at the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. This is a stone that allowed him to change appearances at will. Clearly, our man is no ordinary thief. Magic's far outside the grasp of the common folk are at his disposal. This, in itself, gives us insight into his identity and his ways. And yet, this is not what caught my eye. No, from movements to mannerisms, to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look like Lady Drusilla, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magic trickery alone. Hey, beautiful! Well, I say. Okay, we are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. No content to rely on his ample powers of disguise. He studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them utterly and completely. And not even their closest friends or families could detect that aught is amiss.
All the key players arrived in Costa del Sol 3 days ago, when the preparations for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. And yet, some disguises are more challenging than others. Putting yourself And yet, some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the mind of our Phantom Corn. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? One of the guests. Would he? The guests are well acquainted with each other. One misstep and the thief's cover would be blown. No, there's a more logical first target, one that would afford him the opportunity to gather the knowledge he needs and at less risk. Yes, one of the last blades of Gerba. Whatever. Strong in number, few in words. Able to come and go as they please. A fearsome reputation to scare away any who draw near enough to realize something was amiss. An ideal entry into Costa del Sol for our men. Deducing as much, I made a point to question brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned that there was one man who had not been seen at his favorite alehouse for the past 3 days. Our thief has not made a habit of the wanton murder. Doubtless the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here. In addition to general security duties, each of the blades has been assigned to serve as a bodyguard for one or more of the guests. If the man can tell us his assigned charge, like as not, his answer will reveal the current identity of our thief. Our thief would not have had the time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. You begin your search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. Holy crap, man. We're gonna go this way. You're one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with. Thank the gods. Please, free me from these chains before the snippers eat me alive. There. Now, tell me all that you can remember about what happened to you, and try to be brief. We just arrived at Costa del Sol, had a briefing of sorts. Master Guillermo gave us each our orders, who'd we be looking after and the like. I had in mind to tour the area, get my bearings. Next thing I knew, I felt a thwack on the back of my head. When I came to, I was here, stripped to my skivvies.
much to the chagrin of those who have look at you. You say you received orders from Master Gugumerum. Who was to be your charge? My memory's hazy, but one was Morgan, father of the groom. The other was Lalafelian, gent from Limsa. Yalto Noto. Now try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact? Come to think of it, yes. There was also the steward, Leuenhardt. I was to review with him the schedule of the events, discuss the protection of key supplies and sort of thing. Morgan, Yaltonoto, and Leuenhardt, thank you. For an incompetent fool, your testimony has provided astonishing enlighteningly. I shall see this man back to the city and into the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Costa del Sol to continue the investigation. Go ahead of me, and, for the love of gods, just make sure the imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. Yep. Jesus Christ. Ah, there you are, friend. Not a moment too soon, for I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did your and the Inspector Brigant's adventure of inquiry bear fruit? Morgant, Yaltonoto, and the steward Leuenhardt, you say? This does not surprise me. Yes, I had considered them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. With the Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay. I, Hildebrand, shall have our thief in shackles before the inspector returns. Fear not, friend. The inspector shall be none the wiser. If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. Ah, there is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under that canopy over there. Just you wait, fiend. I shall rip your mask from your face and reveal you for the rogue that you are. Uh-huh. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind. The mere slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives, in danger. But have no fear, Miss Ellie. Ready your quill, that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from Manderville men of ages past, to reveal our foe. I can't think of few topics that would interest my readers less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief so I can have my story, would you?
Don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word.
Capital! This is why you are my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now, behold as I ensnare our prey with a web of words leading to his infinite and demise. Good evening, Master Gugumeru. And a fine evening it must be for your most of all. Allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Abrella.
What is this nonsense? Abrella is my daughter, you... Just in the cell hells are you? Anyway, guards! Guards!
Oh, no. Now, old Yokobo's Guillermo, I recognize the lad. This is Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have you? I reckon we owe the man our gratitude.
The phantom thief, Alderdash or not. If you ask me, that said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty indeed. I've to have such rumors told about her. Perhaps she's worthy of me after all. He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an Atef. Fashion-challenged youth, most suspicious. He's a damn sight easier on the eyes than you.
Aha! That's the Mivanis, ever calm in the face of danger. Truly is your father's son. A worthy heir to the brilliant consortium, and a worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our family, or family, I should say. Ho-ho! Which reminds me, Master Vanis, Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude for you for the golden clasp you sent some months ago, and has not left her neck since that day.
Oh, that little trinket.
'Twas nothing. You tell your daughter the greatest treasures in the realm will be hers once we are wed.
Time out on Meadowville Alta Parley. We'd be sleeping with the fishes now had Morgant not spoke up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between the three struck me as particularly unusual. Let's not run to conclusions, Miss Ellie. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Whoops. I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding. Oh, wait. I sought only to earn the trust of the families before confronting Yaltanoto and Luenhard, who have aroused my suspicion from the start. Come, we have a thief to apprehend.
Good lord. I've not seen your faces around here. With the East Alden Trading Company, are ye?
Why, yes, good sir. Very much with them. Some might say we are the East Alden Trading Company.
Oh, pleasure to meet ye. Do tell, is this a lapis maiden, as lovely as they say? Santina here's no slouch herself. But like me, she's getting on in years. No offense, my lads. Oh, but where are my matters? Yaltanoto of the Brigera Consortium,
And this is me wife, Sienna. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons years to come. I dare say this wedding and joining together of our family businesses couldn't be happening at a more better time. Why, just the other day, a shipment of imported foodstuff was waylaid by the mandragoras. Nasty buggers, a lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up myself and make a salad out of. Ye have heard of the mandragoras, haven't ye?
But of course, I once spent a year whole owning body and mind with the Fist of Ralgar. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day.
And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as the mandragoras, yes? It'd kill you to read the Mithril Eye and educate yourself from time to time.
A fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it that they're not rest until every fruit, vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. Why, they struck the larder here just days ago. Our supplies were decimated. Fear not, my lady. It was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. It arrived safely some time ago.
Settle down. Settle down, said Tiana. Forgive my wife. She's always saying how meat is bad for a figure. And with that, I best go prepare me speech. Carry on, lads.
Criminy! None of these three were suspicious in the least. We must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh.
You speak so fast, Inspector. The sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope. You many faces will have last lap. The Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. I'm not sure that captures the Inspector's intended meeting, but this is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Brigadin will be back any moment, and he's not to suffer excuses.
Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let us investigate foodstuffs of which Master Lewenhart spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we shall consider the man a prime suspect. Inspector Brigadin will be back before long. Come, Nashu, this is no time to delay. I know people love these quests because I find it hilarious and stuff, but for me, they're a slog to get through. Crates of assorted foodstuffs and a veritable host of luscious-looking coconuts. Appears that a man Lewenhart spoke true? Ye gods! Are those explosives I spy concealed among these coconuts? Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear that we found a phantom thief after all. Oh,
Oh, there's our mine, Inspector. I was looking for a place to set them down, you see, and those coconuts were looking awfully lonely.
fucking idiot. Okay. Sorry. Nashu, far from it from me to cast out on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would you possess you to bring your creations to an investigation? Well,
Well, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that the one time I just thought, does this mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either?
enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu. I think in this event it appears somewhat misdirected. Now, set the driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking your notes to the astute assistant that you are. I say, we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Braderden is otherwise occupied at the moment. Were he chanced upon the scene, he would veritably explode in rage. Now, let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to a fiery demise.
Are you sure about that? Uh-oh, don't look now, but someone has returned at the absolute worst possible time. You two were supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? Inspector will have a fit if he sees you here.
But Miss Ellie, Should Inspector Brittenden come up upon these explosives, the consequences would be even more dire.
Corin and I will just see that the inspector keeps a wide berth of the speech. You just get out of here and be quick about it.
Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Brittenden has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us, and we must hear its cry. Alright. So Hildebrand has managed thus far not to destroy anything. Consider me something almost resembling impressed.
Indeed, but enough about Hildebrand. Corin and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and...
An excellent idea, Miss Ellie. Ah, yes, that spot over there by the Kreitsch fight.
There. But of all places, but surely we could find somewhere more scenic.
I'm not here on vacation. I'm here to solve the case. Besides, we cannot just afford to have our conversation overheard. The Dunkeliter Beach should afford us some welcome privacy.
Yes, Inspector. Privacy indeed. Bloody hell, Corin. I figure out some way to lead him clear of the bombs.
Yeah, you better. What's the point of this stick?
Is it just me, or is there a bit of a chill in the air? Perhaps we should go somewhere warm.
I, for one, welcome a respite from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long.
You insist, Inspector.
The thought of questioning a brass blade attacked by our quarry. I have identified the three individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. To wit, Morgan, Yalo, Noto, and Lewenhart. The three of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over. Are you two even listening?
Of course we are, Inspector. Beg pardon.
You look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you were right. I, too, feel a chill wind blowing in. Maybe we should continue our conversation elsewhere. Ah, but there is no need. Wait here, and I shall build us a fire. Methinks the inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on these barren shores was infinitesimal. Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly. And as fortune would have it, I just have to have a flint stone on my person. There's no cause for alarm. 'Tis not blood that courses through this inspector's veins, but ice. I could not fathom a series of events that would lead such a calm and composed individual to lose his grip on that fiery torch.
Remarkable insight, Inspector. I must work these words for prosperity. It's flying! What have we here? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Could this be another challenge from the fiend? Surely, just, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual cards, see? Doubtless it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. There are 2 more pages. Give hope. He of many faces will last laugh. It is not the Lapis Maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the center. What is talked of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. Oh, God. Confounding Inspector Britton will meet a fiery demise. Goodbye. You saw through your friend's ruse. Through the fiend's ruse, but how? Let's just call it reporter's intuition. Are you hurt? Ringing into my ears, but otherwise no worse for the wear. You have my gratitude. Hildebrand Mandeville.
were you able to learn aught to the fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted my every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foe has revealed himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. Must redouble our vigilance, lest others come to harm. Uh-huh. Vigilance. Yes, vigilance is the order of the day.
What in the names of God's thou's teeth? Those vegetables cost a fortune, and they're ruined. Ruined. Agent of inquiry, more like agent of injury and incompetence. You are to be replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in the goal.
What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe? Fear not. Fear not. The friend's artless attempts on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supplies do not escape unscathed. Master Guguremu bids that the damaged ingredients be replaced with all speed. Good gods, this is no thief. This is a madman. As for replacing the ingredients, I fear that will prove a difficult task. Those crates contain important vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Vegetables that are in short supply these days. With what the mandragora is at large, even if I were to place the order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive. The mandragoras. I have heard of that failed band. Tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. Do not recall the name, but it was very closely resembled Exorcian dragon pepper, save for its color, which was a deep purple. Methinks you worry too much, Inspector Lewinhart. Of course of action is clear. We need only storm the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers right back. I would advise against that. There are no ordinary mandragoras, rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of the Gethra proved unable to resist them. Oh-ho! A formidable foe indeed. We're only the brave soul in our midst, with a want for taking on fearsome enemies, with not a shred of concern for his own well-being. Me, of course. Your eyes, friends. They speak to me. They say, yes, I shall vanquish the rogue vegetables and deliver the prudent goods back to their rightful owner. You are truly a godsend, adventurer. One Tsukunahami of the Yellow Jackets has been charged with defending the roads from the mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Without those ingredients, Master Guguremu is like to cook me instead. Please, friend, you're my only hope. A gentleman would never let his comrade face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together. So once we get through this next thing, I'm going to take a short break. These take like an hour each. More. You've come for the Mandragoras. I feel you're too late. Half a bell too late after we all blasted. To hear the poor merchant tell it. No sooner had he opened this cargo hold to check on a shipment of vegetables than did an onion turn on him, screeching bloody murder. Fell at his own vessel in sheer terror, he did. By the time he came to his senses, it had set sail without him. The merchant left for Aleport, hoping to recoup his losses. If you mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to a sad tale. Ah, the thrill of the chase is not invigorating, friend. The ferry docked by Fisherman's Body will carry us to Aleport. Let's be swiftly on our way. Okay.
Eek! Don't sneak up on me like that. I thought you were a feral turnip, a murderous eggplant, or something like that. Think I jest, do ye? You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye, as it did mine. My eye! By the time they regained my wits, they'd already set sail with me ship and me livelihood. I'm ruined! Ruined! If I never see another bleeding ugly until the end of me days, it'd be too soon. To hear most say it, the Mandragoras are a nasty lot, a right pain in the ass to farmers and provisioners the realm over. But you tell me, friend, that ain't the least of it. Feeling their fellows' fronds from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous black arts have a far grander scheme, revolution. Madness, I say. Take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where the air plants and turnips rule with an iron fist. The muscle-bound fellow with a diligent inspection. I could have swear I had seen his face somewhere before. Bugger me. It isn't the undead overlord which fancies himself a gentleman inspector. Which would make you I? Could it be it? The adventure that bests the dealing duelist in single combat.
Yep.
Well, bugger me and call me Inspector. Tell me, is it true the duelist traveled with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? But that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your grace. That's exactly the fate we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud. I mean that literally. As we speak, the Mandragoras are planting themselves a whole army of their own kind on the Isles of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favor if you could go up there and uproot them before the harvest commits. Many a case I have solved in my day, but I've not matched wits with a sentient plant life before. This should prove quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra!
Yeah. Yep. Uh-huh. What the hell, Hildebrand? Oh, okay, I guess I gotta do this. My friend, my pursuit of the Mandragoras has led me some beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here somewhere. Ah, there we go. Well, you return. I feel that you might end up a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. Here you go. These stolen foodstuffs. You've saved my hide today. Oh, but I must see if these purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Guillermo is quite particular about his seasonings. Oh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. That wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion, but it's time we return to the case. Now, there must be some clue yet eludes us. Car,
The peppers have changed color.
What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foes? That gentleman must needs investigate. Striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Leonhardt described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate.
But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious.
Did I say purple? I meant purplish blue, a bluish purple. The colors were really quite similar when you think about it. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Thus, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. Ha! The charade is up, after the men. It is as I suspected all along. The goggles have proved to be a key in cracking the case. With speed, Nashu. The fiend must be brought to justice. You can run, but you cannot. Ha ha ha! If you thought you could sprint this Manorville man, you were sorely mistaken. We're pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, the untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea. I, Hildebrand, Agent Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest. Done by a snipper. Fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let's see what lies behind the mask. Where am I? Who are you? Ha! Playing the fool will avail you not. I suspect you suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones. Wait, I remember now. I was on my way to meet with Miss Abella when... Miss Abella? I must find her at once. My head. Yes, a second. It would seem that this man wears no mask. This is a true Lewinhart. I swear on my life that it is so. It was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and in the next instant, he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managed to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Now that you mention it, the impostor was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There's still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet, he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It's unlikely that he had time to thoroughly research his new target. More importantly, we now know that the thief suffered his wound to his right hand, and he simply returned to Costa del Sol and examined the hands of all present. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, I shall accompany Lewinhart back to the estate, where we might ensure Miss Abrella's safety. Ah, I have found you, my little ones. Let me guess, you seethe with anger at those who took from what was yours? Then it would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and await my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. The game is afoot, inspectors. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? Arla Bear, come here. He's a good girl. Yeah. I just fly over. Oh, I never realized that was a castrum. Interesting. How did I never realize that? I don't know, but I did.
Miss Abrella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Lewin, always the warrior. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, I want to see the flowers. Lovely as the flowers may be, they are as unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildebrand, agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. Please call me Hildy. The pleasure is mine, my lord. Have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are these rumors of the many-faced thief true? I fear they are, Miss Abrella. But still your gentle heart, for as soon or as long as Hildebrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger on you. This I swear in the Mandeville name. The gods smiled on me indeed, and sent such a strong and handsome gentleman to my champion, and yet...
You seem pensive, my lady. Something the matter?
To tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Vance. Why, I have not even met him.
Harley does in the cat bed. Harley,
He sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift, a treasure for my treasure. Wear it always, the message says. Do not care how beautiful it is, it might as well be a golden shackle.
Miss Sabrella, you must not say such things.
You arranged a marriage to a youth you not have even met. Unconscionable. Father says that this marriage must happen, for it is the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true Adon. But if I may be so bold, my lady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well, though as a servant rather than a son. You may think Father a cold and miserly man, but to me, he is the man who gave me warmth and hope when I had none. Wish to love Vance, if that will make Father happy.
Cannot be serious, Miss Umbrella. You're a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days.
If I had to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's inspection fares. I, as well, must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. Okay, we've not a moment to lose, friend. Time's our final confrontation with the fiend is at nigh. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. Upon return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Manderville art to parley, to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. 'Tis an art I would impart with you as well, friend, though there will be time enough for that once our foe is in shackles and Miss Umbrella safe. No doubt it shall prove invaluable to your adventures as it has in my investigations, or, failing that, serve to entertain you. We have nothing better to do. But I just crest. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol. The fair maiden's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Miss Ellie, with me. Bop. Is it the 19th? Inspector Breedden, I've seen to the maiden's safety. Miss Umbrella will be along soon. How fares your investigation? I have canvassed the grounds, but none of the guests seem to be concealing their hands. How can this be? Thief must be somewhere. Miss Umbrella's just left her estate, I hear. Suppose we'll find out soon enough if the beauty is truly a match for our own. There's no time. Without the thief into custody, we cannot risk allowing Miss Umbrella to take the stage. But Inspector, Venice and his family will not take kindly to his betrothed's absence. Oh, dear God. That is nothing of my concern. Besides, doubtless the inspector will think of something. Me? What do you propose? Hold on, Harley. Patience. Okay, let us continue. You best start. You're an expert at creating diversions. Can you just knock something over, blow something up, or the like? You know, like you always do. Inspector Breedden, I knew the day would come that you recognized my many talents. Worry not about Master Venice. Yes, for the sake of Maiden, a gentleman will do whatever must needs be done. The poor sops lack even the wits to know when he's being insulted. Now, to the task at hand. We must find a way to conceal Miss Umbrella's true identity. Not so far from here after the servants' quarters, should be a change of clothes flying around. Perfect. Corn, find some suitable ordinary guard to deliver it to Miss Sabrella outside the gates. She'll proceed with the investigation.
Sure.
Has the Lapis Maiden arrived yet? I simply must look upon her beauty for myself. Seven's card, you say? I must prefer what you're wearing, but we certainly have enough rags around here to go. Here you go. Do with them what you will.
Okay.
Greetings, friend. Oh, what is this you have for me?
Here's your garb.
Seven's God, but why?
Miss Sabrella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes, and I promise you will not leave my sight.
But the ceremony, Father will be furious, and Lord Venice.
We are dealing with a man who tried to blast me to the heavens and almost succeeded. We cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need not only concern yourself with your own safety. We should do as the inspector says, Miss Sabrella. Your life is more important than this marriage or whatever profits your father intends to get from it.
Lewin, if Father heard you say such things.
I should have said them long ago, but not doing so, I have put your life in danger. But besides, we have not one, but two skilled inspectors on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to justice.
Very well, I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray wait for me here. My apologies for the delay. What should I do with my banquet for us, Inspector? Corn. Miss Abrella's dress. Bring Miss Abrella's dress to that bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as how he intends to see to his tasks, but I would imagine he requires all the help he can get. Now, let us return before the festivities begin. Ah, you return me? I was in the act of formulating a master plan to distract Master Venice at the ceremony. Is there aught I might do for you? Here's a dress. Why, this is Miss Abrella's dress. I must admit some confusion as to what to do with it, but worry not. I shall take into safe keeping. And with that, I must attend to Master Venice before the ceremony begins. Worry not, friend. I assure you that Inspector Brittenden and I have enjoyed the situation under control. Why not find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities? Yeah, he's gonna wear the dress. Because he's a fucking idiot. Curses! How am I supposed to find my man with all these people milling about? Oh dear God. Why? Why would people do this? I hate my life.
hate my I hate this space. Anyway,
Friends, family, business associates, 'tis an honor and pleasure to welcome one and all to Costa del Sol for today's feast, co-hosted by the Brigham Consortium and the East Alden Trading Company.
you guys, I hate you guys so much.
We trust that you've been enjoying fine food, fine spirits, and profitable conversation. The Lapis Maiden, even if half the tales of her beauty are true, Venice is the luckiest bastard in the realm.
Yaltonotos Santiana, honored guests, it is a pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son, Vanus, future chair of Burgonair Consortium, to Arabella, daughter of Master Gugureamu, the East Aldenar Trading Company. The couple would exchange their eternal vows ere today. The happiness that is theirs may usher a new era of prosperity once and for all. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my son's lovely bride, the Lapis Maiden, whose beauty minstrels will sing for ages to come. Dear God, here it comes. Damn you, Hildebrand Mandeville. You had one job.
She's beautiful.
Were the rabble expecting otherwise? She is my bride, after all. Jesus Christ. My lady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we are wed, you will want for nothing. Pray give your hand unto me. Oh, dear God.
My sun and stars.
My sun and stars. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. I shall be yours forevermore. What have you done with my bride? Quick, you cross-dressing deviant. Not what I had intended, but I suppose it serves our purposes. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have assumed the maiden's appearance to ensnare the vile fiend who would take aim at her life. The fiend who now lies defenselessly before me. The game is up, Vanus. Shall I call you by another name? Or the thief of many faces?
Me, the thief? Are you mad?
It appears that my masterful deductions have proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well, allow me to elucidate. Why, there is not a soul in the realm who has not heard the tales of Miss Umbrella's beauty, but there are but 2 men here in Costa del Sol who had gazed upon her lovely visage before me today, her father Guillermo, and her steward Lewinhart. And as you admitted on multiple occasions, Master Venice, you were have your first glimpse of your bride-to-be today. Considering in this light, would you not say your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? None save you, ye of the 1,000 faces. If anyone else,
And anyone else would have their wits about them.
How dare you make a mockery of my wedding day? Guards, arrest that pervert at once. Lock him up in gaol and throw away the key. How dare you make a mockery of my wedding day? Guards, arrest this pervert at once. Lock him up in gaol and throw away the key. Jesus Christ, people.
Brother. Oh, thanks gods you're safe. Come with me quickly. There's a dangerous madman about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the madman.
Glove on his right hand. Could it be?
The man is a fool, but it would not behoove you to listen to him. Alas, you did not. Now, what is now yours is mine.
That's the thief. Stop wasting your time and get that imbecile and get him.
You came all this way for me. You love me. You really, really love me. The attention is most flattering, but I have taken what I've came for, and now I must away, my lords, my ladies, until we meet again. Yep. I hear that the real Vanis was bound and gagged in a storage room.
I truly, Miss Umbrella, I am sorry.
Why is it raining in the middle of this suddenly?
For what, my lady? For what, my lady? The banquet was more exciting than I could ever hope for. Vanis and his father were furious, of course. Our marriage has been called off. But perhaps it's for the best. I would find my own way to make father happy. By living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector Hildebrand, who have taught me this lesson. But perhaps it's for the best I would find my own way to make father happy, and living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector Hildebrand, who taught me this lesson. For the love of God, somebody find him a change of clothes. But one thing still puzzles me. The thief's challenge said he would steal the Lapis Maiden's virtue, yet in the end, he took only her neck piece. Now that you mention it, Master Gruner told me about this clasp when it first arrived. Engraved with the mark of the sun goddess, it is one of the most treasured pieces from the Briere collection, known by many as Ozima's virtue. The maiden's virtue, indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take extra care to read between the lines. Hold on, Harley. Over here, Inspector. It says, Major Look. The fiend plays us for fools. Give that to me at once. When next we'll meet, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Another rhythm. Nothing else, it appears the thief has abandoned any foolish notion of my assassination. Still, we must ever be on our guard. The fiend attempted to murder once, he may very well do so again. And verily, Inspector, I must agree. One can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer. Hear me, man of a thousand faces. You're sealed your fate when you called me out by name. Mark my words, when we meet next, you will be mine. Yes, it was the Phantom Thief who was to blame for that bomb. Truly, verily, indubitably the Phantom Thief. Most certainly. uh. I hate this meta. Okay. Orin, I was wondering when you'd show up. I've got the latest scoop on the Victor's spoils, but our base feast has its sights set on. Have you visited the Colosseum of late? There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one, the Mithril Cup. Sponsored by none other than Amalja and Sons. I need to move this over. What? Is it still playing? Shut it. No, we haven't gotten dropped frames or anything. I'll reload it really quick. Offline. Oh yeah, we're fine. Oh no. That was weird. Have you visited the Colosseum of late? There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one. The Mithril Cup, sponsored by none other than Amalja and Sons Mineral Concern. They say that Master Vigris will be furnishing the prizes himself from his personal collection. Small wonder it's captured the attention of Mistress Sticky Fingers. The chairman's Master Frigris sits on the syndicate and poses such wealth that rumor has it he could buy half the realm if he chooses to. He's also renowned for being something of a martial arts enthusiast. With his position affording him little opportunity to test his own skills, he settles for living vicariously through the exploits of others, hence his sponsorship of the tournament like the Mithril Cup. My colleague Elaine is in Ulta covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I bet he'd be able to give us something to get our investigation started. Alright, give me a second, I gotta take a break.
Okay, we're back. Ugh. Man, that... I just realized it looks like I have bangs when my hair calls it down. I need to get a haircut. Alright, where are we going? Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. Trying to keep myself fed.
No need to be rude, Galleon. He's a friend of mine. Now, what say you share your latest findings with us? I promise I make it worth your while.
Yeah. Sometimes you see something that's just... Sorry, I was getting distracted there for a little while. Sometimes you see something that, in Discord and everything that's just so stupid that you're just like, what the fuck's going on? And you just... It's like a car crash that you can't stop but watch.
Ellie! If it isn't the Miracle Eyes Star Reporter, come to have a laugh at Galleon's expense before returning to pen your latest front page feature, eh? Oh, very well. Just promise you'll put in a good word for me at the higher-ups, okay? Now let me tell you this. There's strange things afoot at the Colosseum. Bugger all. It's a travesty, I tell you.
Hotch, Huey, Hamill.
Whatever is the matter? And tell me, and where, pray tell, is Hooten? Four of you will compete for the cup together, yes? I fear that unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. We were just on our way to convey the dire news to Dow Meadow.
Mishap my ass. This was sabotage. Some bloody coward out there stopping nothing to eliminate his competition. I swear it on my sublicar.
Whoops. Hutchin, could you not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive my incompetent, unworthy comrade. If you had been quicker with my mantra, we would have still been in 4 men strong. Do not berate yourself so, Haimo. Victory and defeat, the mantra Ville's fight is won.
Mantravilles. You bear no more responsibility for the wounds than I. Any road, I dare say that we be getting back to fighting fiddle by our son about in bed. I'm ready to chant some mantras. How about the lot of you? Hutchin, for you, I'm always ready. Now that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring over the Sakoli.
The Metrovilles?
Aye, as Hutchin tells it, they took their name from a training partner they met at the Fists of Ralgar. A man they most admired for his devotion and chiseled physique.
Consider me then not the least bit interested. This talk of attacks is on the competitors, however. Of this I would hear more.
Ah, yes. I mentioned that strange things were afoot, yes? With the mere days left before the Mithril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants have withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. With the list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organizers have been forced to abandon an elimination format in favor for mass melee between what few battlers remain. It's your kitty. He's a sweet old kitty, but he got to get off. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I read that.
The Phantom Thief's Challenge, gladiators dropping like flies. No, this is no mere coincidence. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him?
Though the concern sponsors the tourney, the day-to-day organizational duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dower Meadow. He should be in his office within the Colosseum's halls. Send word to the gate man, Ueyaba. He owes the Mithril Eye a favor or two.
Splendid, Corn. We've come to crack the case.
Okay.
From Mithril Eye, you say? Then by all means, you're free to enter.
Oh, hold on. Ah. One second. Did I just get it? Huh. Who's Tressie? Okay. I am Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all seeing. So you know the deal, yes? And you must be Dower Meadow. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Who am I to argue with publicity, and from a charming little thing like yourself? Ask away, me girl. That said, between the challenge from so-called Phantom Thief and now these bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our tourney's already the talk of the town. Now that you see me complaining, provided someone's still left for the fight, that is. You're free to investigate as you wish, but you'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have everyone here on a bit of an edge. Why, just moments ago, one fighter almost took off another's head for insulting the color of his sub... Okay.
Looks like we've got ourselves another.
Oh, sorry. Those twos aren't in the entry books.
And our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for his next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Inspector Breeden, as efficient as ever, I see.
A true gentleman. Sorry, a true gentleman. Excuse violence, Inspector. You were thinking. It annoyed me. Now, Meadow, I presume, tell me everything you can about prizes for this journey and try to be brief. Was wondering when you might ask. Master Fishness has spared no expense in making the Mithril Cup the most lucrative tourney in this Colosseum's ever seen. The victors will receive true treasure from his collection, the Warren's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun sphere you ever seen outside of Quarren. The second and third place prizes are nothing to sneeze at, neither. I don't care how many faces he's got. We've nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault day and night. Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. You want your treasures safe, go fetch them and bring them to me. Be quick about it. I have an all day. Rear, I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do I have that you ain't the Mr. Many-Faces or another of his electorate give-ups? No, if you want to get your hands on the spoils, you'll have to claim them as any other would, in battle. As a matter of fact, with the ranks thinned as they are, we actively recruiting new competitors. The more the merrier, and the more lucrative at that. Now, where did our receptionist get off to? Over here, you slimy bugger. We got some fresh blood for the melee. Give me a moment. I've got 8 arms. Were they? I don't know. Y'all called? Y'all called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avila the grand tour.
Inspector Hildebrand, he's purple. Astute as ever. Asher, this color, the overabundance of appendages. I smell a case.
Ah, that's just my receptionist, Ultras. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little bugger, but he's friendly enough. Word has it that he was one of many bizarre creatures born from a recent experiment with ancient incantations at the Thaumaturge Guild. They were going to seal him away. Sorry, they were going to seal him away in the hole in the desert with the others, and then he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'd do anything, all right? So the management hired him to perform odd jobs around the Coliseum. And I'm ever glad they did. I tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. Don't think we're allowed to show that.
I know not who you are or what you hail from, and I do not care. If you dare try to challenge me, my Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There's only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that is me.
Oh, I just love it when she talks tough. Now who's the chump who wanted to get pummeling by my lovely little Evie? Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I feel we have really little recourse. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall do what must be done to. Corin Theron will be entering the tournament on my behalf. Corin Theron? You do look like a Theron. Well, bugger me. With a spear, to think I'd see the day when a warrior light stood in my Coliseum. Hear that clink, clink, clinking? That's the sound of old Gil pouring into our coffers when the public finds out a true Eorzean hero will be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mithril Cup. Oh, and I reckon you and your friend can tag along too. Show him what's up, ugly.
With Corin, I suppose we have as good a chance as any. Now we just need to make sure he doesn't come down with some curious injury.
That Galatrix, Avila was it? Seemed quite certain of her chances at victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. Ha ha! I am already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. That Ultras fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avila. Come, Nashu. The investigation is afoot. Hmm.
As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest that our first priority is to keep Corin Seer safe? Let us return to Galleon and see what he can tell us of these mysterious attacks on these combatants.
Very well. I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own I want to investigate. Should I uncover any new information, I trust you will share it with me at first opportunity. Yeah, sure. Interesting. Okay. Um, kind of lazy. You again. I've already been told that. What? Enter attorney, you say? Are you out of your bleeding mind? Look, I've got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you, but in the end, you have to protect yourself, you hear? So I've been asking around, and it seems more than a few of the fighters who pulled out of the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrior by the name of Avila. Now, I can't make promises, but my instincts tells me this girl is bad news. But don't take it anywhere from me, you hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just days ago. Though by the name of Raging Rat, he had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary round, and earned himself a right bruising from it all. As I heard, he was resting up back at the Pugilist Guild. Why don't you pay him a visit? Cool. You're okay, honey. Come to have a good laugh at old Rat's expensive, have you? Well, you're not the first. I say, there's not a man in this entire realm with an ounce of sympathy. Greetings, good sir. How fortunate you are today to have your guest is Hildebrand Mandeville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me on how exactly it was that you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila. Gentlemen, my ass. Have you not a whit of delicacy? Never you mind. Look, the records may say I lost, but I admit to nothing of the sort. I shouted at the top of my lungs if no one else will. The girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest blade. Some kind of foul sorcery, if you ask me. Mark my words, the girl is up to no good. If she weren't so damned easy on the eyes, she'd be rotting in the gallows as we speak. Girls Almegan, or haven't you heard? You know how it is with those refugees. Why fight with honor when you've got nothing to lose? Yes, and why not disparage an entire population in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? This one's a real piece of work, Horn. Let us be on our way. I didn't mean no offense, miss. I was just telling it like it is, as it were. Perhaps in some manner of sorcery, as the fellow says. Or perhaps work of an accomplice. She didn't strike me as a magic-wielding type. If I were a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the latter. Ah, Miss Ellie. The thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles beneath your eyes. We might very well make an inspectress out of you yet. I say, I'll give you a good wrinkle, you insensitive boor. The man says is true. I'd likely that her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight, but an accomplice would hardly be out of the question. Yes, I can see it now.
Two unfortunate souls shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages winding wildly, sending gusts of wind flying everywhere, every way. Avila and Ulti, a match made for the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved this case without leaving my home. Incredible. Your powers of deduction never failed to amaze me, Inspector. What is it with you two and the infernal octopus? Mr. Ultros should still be at the Coliseum. Let us hurry before he slithers back off whence he came. Okay. Maybe. Shh, friend, and look over yonder. Behind those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations of his squirmy, squishy body. Behold, sorry. Yes, our friend Ulti is a most fascinating creature indeed. Yeah, come look.
I walked by to go use the restroom at a very weird time. Okay, this is really sad. I think that's adorable. I love my little Cthulian monsters.
His name is Ulti.
Like UL, like
Yeah, Ulty. His full name's Ultros, but everybody calls him Ulti.
I love him. He's so cute in purple, and look at those little heavy lidded eyes. I have a problem. Oh my god, he's so cute. What the hell? Nathan.
Behold,
Can I have a plushie of this?
there might actually be. Hold on, let me see.
Jake, get it for me, get it for me, get it for me, get it for me. Get me Ulti. Haven't even met him in our game yet, but I love him.
They're probably Etsy.
But is there like...
Yeah, they're all Etsy.
It's not as fun.
Huh?
I want one to look just like that. So cute. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
He's just so cute. Tentacle. I need to get me. Yeah, I was gonna say, I need to get me a little chocobo.
You get fat cat plush.
But there's a wait. Oh,
Oh my
god, that's a huge. I was about to say there's a wait list, but it's also it has to be heckin' big
Uh-huh.
because it's $220.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna spend $220 on the biggin, but I will get me a little chocobo. Chocobo, please. Okay, I leave you.
Okay. Anyway.
Wait. No, go back.
What?
Crap. What'd you do? Why'd you do that? I looked at something. Look at what you did. You're the one that told me to come over and look at this thing.
Well, because you were curious.
There was something else.
All right.
I was looking at. Keep going, keep going.
Uh,
I wanted to see. You scroll too fast. Okay, keep going. Keep going. That's what I wanted to see. What is that? No, up. No.
how's the chocobo? Yeah, there's a waiting list for it. It's sold out.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Also, why is there an empty bottle on the ground? Okay, fine. I leave you. I leave you to be with
Dang it.
Ulti. He's so cute.
Oh, what's this? The girl has fled in panic. Our friend Ulti appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag. And, sorry, or how they would sag if he has shoulders. Our quarry is on the move. Quick, Nashu, we must pursue.
Now, where am I going?
Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another Caladrix. What might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste just wonderful in a good marinara sauce. Marinara sauce. Ah, he speaks. And another girl runs off. Whatever did he say to us? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? What is he doing with these girls anyway? A bit crazy, but I think he likes them.
Yay.
Poor misunderstood Alti. Here we suspected him of criminal activity, when in truth he was just a gentle soul, luckless in love. Oh, Alti, you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Yes, yes. Now perhaps we should return to our investigation. If Favila is as suspicious as they say, perhaps we should follow her around a bit. Tower Meadow back at the Colosseum should be able to enlighten us to her whereabouts. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Colosseum and speak with Tower Meadow. From him we shall ascertain Miss Avila's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her and see if she is indeed as suspicious as they say. Come, Nashu, the investigation calls. It's just what she just said, dude.
Ass.
I don't think Uncle Alti didn't see you following me. What's the big idea, eh? Nothing more. I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Or am I?
Come on now. I just wanted what any octopus wants, a cute girl, untold riches, and the admirations of millions. Can't Uncle Alti dream? And what do you say at the end there? Well, kids, hate to ink and run. Then again, I am an octopus. Jesus. We're just running back and forth, aren't we? Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-da-da, ba-ba-da. Yes? What is it this time? I'm a busy man. Look for Avila, he said. She's something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffin Coffin. I reckon you might find her there. I warn you, though, if you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. Poor bugger Galleon tried and interview her for an article. Thought the girl was going to rip his head clear off. How can I put this? She doesn't seem to take kindly to being asked questions of a personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm me up for the tourney, it might be just the ticket. If you, I can assure you that there will be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable powers of espionage, we will ascertain all the information we need without the fiery lass even being alerted to our presence. Let us be off. Mm-hmm. Wait, that's an actual drinking place? I'll be damned. Can we go in there? We can. I think I've been in here before and I just forget. Okay, though. Hey, Hilda. Behold, the lovely Miss Avila, just as predicted. Let's keep watch from here, so not to set off the girl's famed temper. How many times must I tell you? There's no cause for concern. The spoils shall be mine, and may as well be writ in stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered, and suffered long, but my victory shall mark a new era. Just as Rabban Alden won for a new life for him in the Colosseum, I shall win a new life for our people. Sweet. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter by Uldans no longer. And with that, I must be off. Now I'm mines to meet my sister. Miss Avila's self-assurance is ever a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her in the field of battle are infinitesimal.
could have told you that before you signed up. Now come now. You're suspect to pursue.
Hey, trying to steal a villa from Uncle Ulti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Yes, Uncle Ulti's homemade explosive will see to this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus?
Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu? Heavens, no, Inspector. That is far too elaborate to be one of mine. I think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson.
That they're onto me. Preposterous. How could it be that Musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks?
I see. In any event, I shuddered at what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced on such a hazardous object. Allow me, heave ho!
You gotta be kidding me.
That maiden in the mining garb must be the sister whom Miss Avila spoke. Let us listen a bit closer. I thought we all agreed. No hard labor until your leg is healed. I swear. Sometimes I think you were born so late to give your poor sister headaches. Says the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand that your little sister can take care of herself just as you. Speaking of which, what's the news on the tourney? Worry not, Helija. I have taken all the necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Okay. Even the most modest estimates value its worth worth something 30 million gil. You realize what that means? Necklaces from Eshtemis, sunsilk dresses, the luxuries that you ever wanted would be yours. Okay. Poor little girls in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn for the old upper crust. Those days are over. After our claimed victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of society. I don't know, Abby. Well, it's all good and well and good, but when I see you stand tall in the Colosseum, hundreds and thousands cheering your name, I am proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I ask for. That is your problem, Edgelina. It's always been too quick to settle for less than you're worth. But worry not, for your sister's watching over you. I will do this for us. Now I must return. God forbid one of those prying reporters overhears us. That's my Abby. Unfazed by a duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. May the gods smile on you, sister. Stay safe.
Okay.
The more moving display of sisterly love I have not seen, and yet I fear it afforded us little in the way of positive clues. It seems Avila's obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. Inspector, did you hear what I just heard?
Look, kids, Uncle Ollie has it up to here with you. Do you think you could just fall in this pit and die like a good little boy? Yeah, I'm talking to you, Mr. Warrior Light. Hear that sound? Just one step closer. Closer. Not you, you idiot.
No need for concern, friends. I've simply taken the liberty of investigating this hole in the ground. I'm pleased to report that there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Our hero. Now, shall we return to Ul'dah? Miracle Cup will be starting before long. The last thing we want is for all this to lose our blout.
Could it be? Did that muscle-headed dive straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seem completely unsurprised at this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman, if I ever saw one. But to think that means I'm going to show you mercy on you, you've got another thing coming. Time to break out the big guns, kids. Wait a minute. I dug 2 pits tonight. Come to think of it, the second one was right around... Give me a break.
Oh shit. Am I more powerful now? For a second there, I was like, oh, yes. And it's like, oh, yeah.
Yes, something the matter. We're on something of a tight schedule here, Inspector.
Stand back, Miss Ellie. A well-honed inspector's senses are tingling. Your most fearsome adversary lurking about. Godbert.
This time you're really up a creek without a paddle, kids. Say hello to a not-so-little friend of mine from the Coliseum. He's large and charged, and most of all, he's hungry. Hee hee hee. Where in the world is he? I haven't got all day. My chimera! Who is that half-naked fool?
Father. Father, could it be that your aura of unmitigated murderous rage that I felt was not our quarry, but you? Hildy. Was I merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making? What brings you and your friends to these parts? Just a bit of sleuth work, Father dear. And with that, we must return to Ul'dah. If you've not heard, your son is set to compete in the Mithril Cup. Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Mandeville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father. Remind me never to go out on one of their family reunions. Yeah, just who is this inspector anyway? Billy is a worthy rival if there ever was one.
Who goes there?
Hildy, Corn, I've been waiting for this day.
Well, looky what we have here. You're quite intimidating, Judge, yourself. A friend of the inspector, mayhap?
I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist, and I am not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy.
Well, that makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, because this might be our lucky day.
Is there no one in my accursed realm that can remember my... Call me what you will, friend, but heed these words. Corin is a formidable foe.
Sounds like high praise coming from a big fellow like yourself. To have such a powerhouse as a psychic, that inspector must be something else indeed.
I know not what brings you to do battle with those two, but I warn you, you'll end up as seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I must be off. For reasons I do not entirely understand, I am considered something of a fugitive in this part.
Step.
Corin, I will not fall so easily this time. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, looks like I've got my legs full, all 8 of them. But if that adventure's too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a friend. Wahaha!
A suddenly twisting ring caught in the mind of undulations of a creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck.
Yeah, nobody up here but us octopodes.
Look forward to you in your next life as a masterpiece, fiend.
Muscleheads, I hate them.
Okay. Well, I can just go in.
You suck.
Well, hello there. Good heavens, chancing upon father like that. I dare say it's taken a year off of my life. Quite a crowd has assembled. It would seem the festivities are nigh about to commence. I had hoped to uncover more of Miss Avila's secrets, but no matter. Better a place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle.
Hi. If you need something, Mama can help you.
Good heavens, we haven't much time before the tourney begins. We must hasten back to the Colosseum and apprise ourselves of the rules of engagement.
To a true gentleman, the battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. Whatever treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I must not, I will not lower myself to their level. Uh, Bob in the head, chipped teeth. Am I the one shabby-looking octopus? I tell you. But they don't but they don't pay enough for this. But that's all gonna change soon, isn't it, buddy? Blah. Mr. Ultros, just the octopus that we were looking for, hoping that you might enlighten us to you. You cats, who gave you those ghastly bruises?
Bruises? I fell down the stairs, that's all. Now get lost, I'm a busy octopus.
Ouch. You have my sympathies, good sir. It is challenge enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8. Is there something inside your office?
No. Whatever gave you that idea? Simply fumigating the place for pests like yourself. Now, don't you have a battle to go fight?
Inspector, I think something's alive in there.
Nah, that's just me talking to myself. Fun, yeah. Gods, working the receptionist is fun.
Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work. I say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Goran, would you be so kind as to come here with me for a moment? I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. Wait, what? Do I just jump over it? Okay. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit? Yeah, kinda. I see. Avila seeks to win the tournament to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure that her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly escaped a series of dastardly obstacles. Upon your return, that strange octopus appeared to be considerably worse for wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamegan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It is not as preposterous as it sounds. I've done some research on our 8-legged friend. It appears that Ultros has become something of a regular at Uldad's taverns and houses of pleasure. I suspect that he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of our Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. There's also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumored to be the source of the Alamegan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means that I fear your life is still in danger, Corin. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane not bells ago. It is a stab in the dark, but the contents may yet provide some answers. I would have you bring them to me. Okay. Well, let me see what you found. Here you go. Now, what we have here. Yes, spectacular assortment of inners and entrails, and what is this? A sack, even more foul smelling than the gore it was lying in. If that be believed, and look here, something appears to be written on the side. Sin goat sundries. It appeared this merchant had dealings with that squishy mash of tentacles. Let's pay him a visit to the man and have him enlighten us as to their exact nature of their partnership. Welcome, welcome! What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking forward to today? What the hell is this? I'm sorry, sir, but if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares. I expect my customers to do the same. Wait, now did Ultras send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sackful of gold truffles. Can you believe it? With the most impressive price at that, too. A distinctive aroma for the most discerning of customers, which Mr. Ultras clearly is, as he just placed another order today. But could these truffles be somehow connected to... No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like... Inspector Reardon, it wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to steal away corn here. This gentleman is not impressed. Did you find anything, Inspector? Good gods, what is that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a young cultured woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. This is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. Acquired taste, to be sure, but one that has won the heart of many of Ul'dah's gourmet. I particularly enjoyed them slow roasted, as my mother dear makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering... Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's just wandering thinking, but might I be so bold as to ask the recipe? It appears that the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney is about to begin. Let us make haste back to the Colosseum. Yep.
Oh, whoops. No, that is who I wanted to select. Well, that merchant proved a spectacular waste of time. Time is which is in short supply. We must return to the Colosseum before the battle begins. There you are. I was this close to starting the melee without you. I'd be remiss not to tell you that there had been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered a last-minute injury. None other than our very own Ultras has stepped in to take his place. With everyone's favorite octopus joining too in the fray, spectators are just pouring in, and bookmakers across the town are raking in gil, which isn't a bad thing for us. Word is that Master of Higris himself is quite taken with my promotional skills. Aye, the future is looking bright for old Darrow Meadow, it is. So what say you? Are you ready to get your ass kicked? Aye, that's what I like to hear, ladies and gents. Time for blades to whirl and limbs to fly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, bureaucrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by our ever charitable friends at Amalja and Sons Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern. Is about to begin. Would stand atop about a heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory. Will be the tempestuous Alvila of Amigo, Korn, the famed warrior light, or who was that green fool again? Ah, that's right, Humberbatch, ancient of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. Oh. Yay, Humberbatch. Or will our 11th hour entry, Ultras, the eight-legged purveyor of pain.
Ha! Here I am. Did you miss me?
I say we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your position and let the battle begin.
All right, you know the deal. We team up and white out the others. Then when there's just the two of us, I take a dive.
And you shall receive your share of the winnings. I have not forgotten our promise.
Look at Avila Spadesman. Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. They'll breed 'em tough in Alamigo, that's for certain.
You are next. Do I actually have to fight?
Here we go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm. Literally.
Okay, where were we?
Nothing like the rich aroma of roasted truffles. All this fighting's giving Uncle Ulti an appetite. Is it time for dinner yet? Wait a minute. Roasted truffles?
Braised in a savory sauce, just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. The whole sack full where that came from.
That meddling musclehead.
What's taking him so damned long? The girl's gaze gives it away. Open the gate at once. What is that monstrosity? Mr. Typhon, is your stomach here rumbling? Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps? What fascinating friends you have, Ulti. Why, just look at this charming little nose. Perhaps it's stuffing a case of the sniffles?
Could be Valus vaunted Tempest Blade. This monster all along. The girl played us all fools. For fools.
Don't look at me. It was all her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus.
You were the one who approached me, you doubly dealing fiend.
I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle, you know, for my work and all. Come on, Dower. Has Uncle Alti ever lied to you?
What did I tell you? I knew something was fishy about that Alamegan whore.
Alchemegans, beggars and brutes, lots of them. We give them a home in our lands, and this is the thanks we get. They endured a Garlemald for all their care. Just get her out of my sight before I'm sick.
But I just wanted to. My sister.
I feel for the girl, I really do. Release my little octopus heart goes out to her, but the rules are the rules, right? Now, if Uncle Alti may be so bold. I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the 3 remaining competitors. It would be me, my buddy Typhon, and Corin here. What do you say, Mr. Warrior of Light? Aye, that's what we want to see. Ultros, Ultros. Well, this is a most unprecedented turn of events. But who am I to deny the wishes of a passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue, Halatali. The fighters, the tag team of Ultras and Typhon versus the Warrior Light. Who would be left standing when the tournament is settled? Be there or miss a battle for the ages. Hmm. So to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which would be positioned as to appear as coming from the Almegan girl's blades, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecile scheme I've ever encountered in my years of consulting as an inspector. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust in your ability now, Corin. Let us make for Halatali. Hmm. Well, this tourney has turned into a ripe mess. With all the trouble it took preparing and consolating prize for the melee, looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in the spectators and the profits, I could give a gnat's ass. Now, I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when one of the two is the size of a small house. So here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Let's say 7 of them. Even the odds, eh? Huh. Hmm. Let's see, Mama. Well, let's see. It says 8 minutes. regardless, we will probably stop after we do this duty. I would think that the queue would be more accurate now. Come on. Hmm. Deleted it already. IU. Um. Yeah, let's just go turn this in. Give it another 3 minutes, and then I'm gonna have to call it.
Walking One is here. Has Walking One heard of Lord Ramu's return? Then one does not need to explain. Walking One should wait here while this fetches the Elder One. Walking One most welcomes these ones home. The gentle sigh of winds and trees broke the ones of the Walking One's peaceful words of Lord Ramu.
Stop.
These ones also heard the Thunderous One challenge Walking One in battle. This one is certain that Lord Ramu is pleased with Walking One's strength. And such strength Walking One has. Arrow shooting ones often tell grand tales of Walking Ones. These ones are glad to call Walking One friend. But this one does not think Thunderous One means to bring judgment to Gridania. After all, Lord Ramu made a special promise to it's the intentions of the Touched Ones that concerns this one. Touched Ones yet act in fear and in hate. Even though Lord Ramu ignores touched ones, destructive witches, his presence alone drains the land of Aether. It's not just Gridania, but the entire realm that Thunderous One threatens. Life will seep from the soil, crops will wither and die. Then Lord Ramu will it, otherwise Walking Ones will go to war over whatever remains. This one begs brave and courageous one to fight again. Such ones must understand that summoning Thunderous One is futile, that Thunderous One respects and strength of the Walking One.
Okay.
Thank you. We knew Walking One could do the right thing. Walking One knows how to bridge the striking tree, touch the Aether site found in the domain of Touched Ones, and Walking One will soon be face to beard with Lord Ramu. These ones will listen to the Force voices for news of Walking One's victory.
I'm curious. Little bitch. I'm scared. I think we're gonna have to call it, guys. I'm just taking too long. I think that's what we'll do, though. We'll just go around and unlock everything. But all right, we'll call it here because clearly it's going to take forever. You guys have a wonderful evening. Is it Friday he'll be back? Should be Friday. So have a great rest of your week. I will see you Friday. We will finish off Hildebrand quests and continue on with our unlocks. But we will definitely finish Hildebrand on Friday. At least this level. All right, guys. Have a good evening. Just going to withdraw. Just go to Gridania first, actually. That way I can log out. All right.